Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome to another chill Sunday Staxel. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Just gonna wait for people to trickle into the chat. Hello Jalex and welcome. How are you doing this lovely Sunday? Sounds good. Sounds like it's, you know, okay. Greetings Google and greetings Tutor, welcome. How are you both today? Obsessing over Swedish conservative nationalists. That sounds like you're obsessing over some pretty frustrating people. Tutor says, not bad, I just switched over from another stream. Well, thank you for coming over and joining our stream for this Sunday. I'm just posting on Twitter now and letting people know, and then we'll give it a few minutes and then jump right in. Jalix says, the best thing that's happened was you got a pretty high discount off of some really cool 3D models. That's pretty awesome. Can't really complain about that. Let's do that. And I believe we are now posted on Twitter. Looking good. So yeah, we'll just give it a few more minutes for people to make their way in, and then we'll get going. Greetings, Mila. How are you today? While we wait, what is the most important thing in life? Oof. You don't want to give me the easy questions, do you? Just like write the meaning of life. Tell me it right now. I think it's to try to find happiness. Whatever that looks like. And try to secure as much of that for as many people as possible. I think that's why I do what I do. Make the content I make. Welcome, Duke. Also, Mila, glad to hear you're doing pretty good. Jalix likes the utilitarian view. The most important ice cream is objectively chocolate. Because chocolate is objectively the most important flavor. Well, that's fair, Jalix. You don't have to like ice cream. What about crushing your enemies, seeing them driven before you, and hearing the lamentations of their women? I'm pretty sure that's something I'd like to see avoided, if possible. Just saying. I'd prefer to convert enemies to understanding the position of happiness. Duke says I haven't eaten that flavor of ice cream. How does that taste? Yeah, how does the taste of crushing your enemies taste on ice cream? Like victory. And glory. You all are amazing. The chat's ahead of the stream, and you feel like you're in some kind of time paradox. Oh no. See, I'm actually trapped in another dimension right now, you know, that's slightly in a slightly different space-time than you all. That's how that works. I think we're at a good place to get into the game. Duke, I have actually not listened to much Iron Maiden, so I actually don't know that song. One of those gaps in music for me. Oh, Base Cat's here to, like, wake us up. Like, hey, how you doing? Welcome back to, reality. Now go build my cloud tower to the sky. And just like real cats. Yeah, every cat demands that you build them a tower to the sky. Just Base Cat wants it to be really, really tall. This is actually just a little plaything for Base Cat. We don't even realize the full extent of the fact that this is just a giant kitty tower. I think the default political orientation of cat is anarchist. They do what they want. It is simultaneously anarchist and monarch because they rule all of their kingdom, but at the same time, they demand that they be given anarchy. They're monarch cats, yeah. They're... Anarcho-monarchism, indeed. Okay. What is... what? What did I just watch? Base Cat, what did we just watch? Yeah, I agree, that was confusing. Don't go drinking bottles you find lying around. Some of those chemicals do nasty things to a person. Not that I'm speaking from experience, of course. I think they rule over other species, honestly, cats, but within their own understanding, they're all anarchists. So my goal today with this game is to work more on the cloud tower. I'm gonna also... Autocrats. Indeed. Cats are objectively the best. I am going to try to build some more of the tower. Try to get some friendship up with people so I can get new quests. And I am hopeful to talk about a little bit of politics with y'all. So we'll just have some interesting conversations with some villagers. Well, cats genuinely, Jalix, tend to try to put themselves at the top of any hierarchy. But they also don't believe in hierarchy. It is a contradiction that one can only understand by understanding the true philosophy that is cat. When you were 12, Tudor wrote a pro-autocracy essay in social studies. How did that go? What? I am preparing to flee the town. I suggest you do the same. With that creature prowling the forest, I can think of no other recourse. What? This game comes out of nowhere with lore. Oscar, get out of my face. What creature? You can't find your blue voxel boy? I'm pretty sure I have one of those somewhere. Oh, there it is. By the way, you know, there's this terrifying monster that's gonna come get you. It's called climate change. You should probably evacuate the town. Also, by the way, can you get me my Game Boy? Okay there, Mayor. We got a new chicken? Seems like a normal conversation with centrists. True. By the way, the entire planet's going to die from climate change. Also, you know what we should do about it? Absolutely nothing. Have you heard about this thing called systemic racism? It's really bad. You know what we should do about it? Nothing. That's pretty much the centrist position, right? Hello, sunshine. They spout platitudes and that's about it. Gotta walk away and build our communities. Supposedly my grandmother used to run a grocery store around here. I heard she ran off to the big city as soon as she saw her chance. Not sure what happened to the store after that though. Huh. Also, the mayor wants us to build somebody new a house, and then is like, by the way, just feel free to, like, run away. There's something wrong with this town sometimes. Wait a second. You know what I wonder? Can I... Can I force people to move in with each other? Like, if I were to put this mailbox here... Would the game let me cheat the system like that? Okay, this area is apparently a bad for that. What about other areas? Tax incentives will solve climate change. Just a few hundred years too late. I don't think you want to start forced relocations. Simply stylish. I can totally make them, like, bunk together. That's interesting. So 2 wardrobes. So I need another wardrobe, a fridge, a counter, a sofa. And a simply stylish kitchen sink. Google, definitely enjoy making your food, and I will look forward to your return. I am going to have a little bit of tea, though. Because, as we all know, Tyra needs some tea during stream. So wardrobe, fridge, counter, sofa, and simply stylish kitchen sink. I'm sure we could make that happen. Let's see. Sink. What is a simply stylish kitchen sink? You know what? It's probably where I have that mailbox at. If I put it next to... I already have one of those in the house. It's probably just not in the proper spot. Or like if I put it at the back door. Let's see if I do that. Yeah, now I just need a sofa, a fridge, and a wardrobe. We will all simply have simply stylish kitchen sinks. This is true. So I need a sofa. Order sofa. A wardrobe. And I'm blanking. What was the third thing? It was a sofa, a wardrobe, and one other thing. I have not tutored. I have not watched that video. Oh, a fridge. That makes sense. You know, according to some conservatives, that's not, you know, that important, so... I'll definitely have to check it out. Yeah, why would anybody need a fridge? That's such a luxury item. I still can't believe that was unironically a thing. A block of ice under the floorboards is good enough. I mean, if we could find solutions that worked in, you know, the days before electricity, why do we need electricity, right? You get that. You're gonna get that. And guess what? You're getting a roommate. Hey, I finished the house. Villagers should move in within a day or two. Cool. We will have new person. Also good to know that at some point I can repurpose Oscar's house when I'm done. How much revolutionary potential do I see in the game stonks thing? Oh boy. So... On the one hand, it's absolutely fascinating that it transpired the way that it did. I would not have thought that we'd make such a dent in angering so many people through the stock market and through something like the short exchange. At the same time, unless it's given a leftist bend to it, and it's being done to not make, like, individual wealth at the end of all this, I don't know how much power it actually, you know, gives, and how much it actually does. Like, I think part of the issue that I have is that there's a lot of people who are more right-leaning who are taking the initiative on it. And at the end of the day, they're not really invested in making it any sort of leftist project, and people don't necessarily see it as an issue with capitalism itself, which I think it represents a very big issue with capitalism, and like I covered that in a video. So we could frame it in a way that, you know, makes it exactly what it is, an issue of capitalism, but I just don't see that narrative being put to the forefront. It's mostly, this is an anomaly, this is a one-off situation, this is just a bunch of people on Reddit memeing or whatever, which I don't think they're memeing. I honestly think they just found a loophole in the system. But I don't know if it'll amount to much if we don't turn it into a larger left-based narrative. Welcome, Skylar. I guess I'll throw that back to you, Tutor. What do you think of what I said? Oh, Schmliff, I am totally with you. Watching the 1% cry about this stuff is objectively hilarious. Like, I do not deny that part of it at all. Like, I can at the same time laugh at the situation, but also be like, hey, the left needs to really take over this narrative. But in general, just watching people suffer for their hubris when it comes to capitalism is immensely funny to me. The GameStocks thing has made some lefties forget the whole material analysis thing. True. You know, what I would love to see is if we could find a way to turn this into a leftist analysis where if you could get enough people and like truly devoted to buying a stock of a company that you could force unions and labor to get certain advantages and possibly seize the means of production that way. That would be a fascinating move, right? And I don't know enough about the inner workings of the stock market to how people could potentially make that happen. But can you imagine if, like, a company was dealing with a labor issue and a bunch of people just bought up stock, drove the price of the stock up, and held it hostage in that way? Like, what they could do to, like, the reputation of a company that way? The problem is that the other side also has to sell, and the vast majority of all stocks are held by the very wealthy and the funds that won't play ball with that. That's true. I'm just thinking that on occasional scenarios, it might be something to look into and something to examine as a strategy. Especially with smaller companies that maybe don't have as much of a say. Like, I'm not saying that would work on something like Amazon necessarily. I mean, at this point, this is kind of unprecedented, so I'm just throwing some ideas out there. Duke says it's a useful event for some propaganda purposes, but not ultimately revolutionary in nature. Yeah, that's kind of a good point. Staxel is a very weird world, Schmliff. You know, this is a world where you have thick raindrops, pigs produce bacon on their own. You know, normal things like that. There's so many dirty tricks played by hedge funds and private equity firms to drive stock prices down so they can acquire companies and liquidate their assets. That's absolutely true. And I kind of wonder what kind of collective action it would take for people to do something similar. Like, that's where my mind is going with a lot of it, and I don't even know if it's possible because I feel like they would just get stopped the second something happens, like what with Robinhood did. Which, from what I'm understanding, had something to do with them not having the resources and money to actually buy the stocks or something like that. Which I don't completely buy as an excuse, because you could have just used the money people were investing in to buy them, but I just think they'll always find a way to keep themselves above board with something like this. They run these systems. And if there's anything I've learned is you can't defeat an opponent who can change the rules on a whim. When someone else controls the board, you really can't change, you can't win the game, you know? Here's the thing that's bothered me the most about all of this. The media has been trying to come up with anything that will stick when it comes to the stock market thing. They've claimed that the whole thing was being leveraged by the alt-right, which there's probably some people that are alt-right involved with the situation, but there's been a number of leftists involved also. There's been calls that this has been hacking, this has been calls that it's market manipulation. I think it's kind of disturbing to see how it's been leveraged in any way possible and being thrown at the population to whatever would stick. You know, that's something that's really, really bothered me about the whole situation. Like, immensely. Tudor says it's crazy how leverage buyouts are legal. You shouldn't be able to use the assets of a company you don't own yet to secure a loan. Well, that's the thing also, right? They always borrow against every other asset to make more assets. And that's exactly how they're going to handle things, always. It's all about borrowing and gambling. Even the futures exchange is a form of gambling, and they know it. Even if, like, a futures exchange theoretically has a good model and practice behind it, there will always be people who switch it into investor mode and who game the system with it. Welcome. I am indeed having a wonderful Sunday. It is always good to have everybody here. How are you doing, Em? I don't believe I saw your message in the Discord, so I am glad that you decided to message after your lurking. Although lurking is always, you know, welcome and appreciated. Let's see. One more, right? I think that's... Well, Em, you do have that kitty thing going on, so... Schmliff says, I tend to lurk unless I have something to say. Well, I welcome the questions and comments and, you know, everything. So, you know, no pressure on anybody to talk, but I love engaging with your all questions. Even the silly ones, you know, sometimes you have to talk about your favorite flavor of ice cream or the meaning of life. Of course, I'd argue that your favorite flavor of ice cream is not fully a silly question. M says, I tend to do a million other things while watching streams. I like the company while I get things done. Well, I'm glad we're able to provide that company for you. In a lot of ways, I feel like that's one of the benefits of watching streams like this that are chill. You can kind of pop in and out of a conversation, feel like you're in a space with people and share that experience, but also be able to go do your own thing. I don't know, I've always been a fan of, like, being in a room with people or sharing a space with people. And, just being able to enjoy the company and everything, even if I'm doing my own thing. So, the idea of being able to play a game while I'm reading all your chats and having a conversation is something that I thoroughly enjoy. And a lot of times I actually pick up energy from this stream, even over, you know, how I started. Like, I can start the stream, like, really sleepy or something, and not that I am today. And I'll come out of it feeling better. I don't think that matches up. We just talked about ice cream flavors earlier. Did you want to share yours, Em? Okay, Duke, that is the exact opposite of what I just said. Duke with the lies and deceit. Favorite ice cream flavor is turron and chocolate mint. Duke is a member of the royalty and nobility and cannot lie. My favorite flavor of ice cream, says Tudor, is anything made by a worker-owned company. That's valid. Chocolate mint. Chocolate mint's good. Turron is good also. Or strawberry. Worker-owned flavors or strawberry. You know. I'm willing to compromise on strawberry. Sometimes you just can't seize the means of strawberry production. It's one of the ethical dilemmas of our day. There we go. One more, right? Is it one more? I think it's one more. Yeah. You claim to hate capitalism, yet you have strawberry. Curious. Don't you know that capitalism is the only reason we have strawberries? It's why it is truly the most moral system on the planet. M says I like mango and vanilla with saffron. Or straight up saffron. Saffron is good. I'm not even gonna front. Capitalism is when strawberries and iPhone. Canadian grocery stores basically have no fruit flavors. That is sad. Why does Canada hate happy? Classical socialist theory said that we can turn all of the water into lemonade. It's still better than capitalism. True. All dressed chips? Wait, chocolate's a big deal in Canada? Does Canada understand how flavors work? Don't they know that the most, the most important thing is to have 31 flavors of ice cream at least? "31 chocolate variations." I am in full support of this. all the chocolate all the time. Even Baskin-Robbins doesn't have that many varieties in stores. Is Canada just a place where flavor goes to die? Look, I'm just gonna be real. This is just an atrocity. Because you know what? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't understand the history of colonialism in that particular regard. You have a culture, you have this continent of Europe that goes around colonizing other parts of the planet simply to get seasoning and spices. And then the majority of food is from that culture ends up with just like salt and pepper and maybe garlic. And it's like, so what did you colonize half the world for? In Canada, you colonize because of beaver pelts and butter. Yes, Europe did kill the European beaver off. May the European beaver rest in peace. Right, Em? Right? Like, they go around being like, you know what? You know what I want to do? I want to imperialize all these cultures and steal their spices. I want to get on that Silk Road trade, you know? I want to take over that market. And then what? You don't even use it in your culinary dishes. Imperialism is necessary when national capital circuits can no longer produce enough surplus value. That is true. That is very true. I could probably do it faster from up top now. Mercantilism didn't really want to import that much, so I don't know why they were obsessed with importing spices and teas. Well, that's the thing, though. Tea stuck, right? Like, I'm drinking Earl Grey tea right now. That's clearly a European manufacturer. Like, Europe stuck with the tea, but not with any of the other seasonings or spices. And the Americas stuck with the coffee theft and colonialism. But it's like, half the spices out there are just not used in most cooking. We should have hunted the geese to near extinction instead of the buffalo. Allowing both to survive would have been nice. Rest in peace, buffalo. Moment of peace and silence for the buffalo. There's a plant native to North America that produces caffeine in similar levels to coffee. I did not know that. Do you have the name of it? It's also kind of fascinating how a lot of the a lot of the things we associate with Eastern or Western Hemisphere are not how they originally matched up in terms of the global scale of things. Like, a lot of people associate coffee coming out of Latin America because of where it's produced in a lot of cases now. I think people forget that the Columbian Exchange was such a wild movement in terms of history and a revolution in terms of the way the world functioned, of products being mixed across the globe. And theoretically could have been a liberating experience for a lot of people, if not for the conquest of the Spanish. That is very true, Em. That is very true. The buffalo, corn, and many other sacred elements of certain cultures are very much ignored and disrespected. I think, Tutor, that there's actually a way to take dandelion roots and ground them into a similar substance. It doesn't produce the caffeine effect, but produces a liquid that tastes a little bit similar to coffee. Like, there's a lot of good herbal medicines and a lot of good ways to use certain plants and commune with certain plants more accurately than use in a respectful way. That's the thing that always bothers me, Mila, honestly. The dandelions grow all the time, and they're one of the things that on an American lawn, like, we kill them immediately, not realizing that people will pay money for dandelion greens and for the roots and for the flowers. Like, people have these growing on their lawns and we call them weeds. But they're edible. Like, the entire plant is edible. And it just kind of boggles my mind how much waste goes into that. Like, they're already growing naturally. And that happens with a lot of plants, like plantain leaves, the dandelion especially, and so many more. Harvesting them effectively takes a bit of skill, but it's still a waste just throwing them away. Exactly, plantain is really good for healing wounds. You can actually take plantain leaf and apply it to a wound, and it will take very well. And it just grows on the ground, and we just call it a weed. Yeah, a lot of elders, as Em is pointing out, have a lot of very sacred knowledge, and that knowledge should be respected and honored. And a lot of that was denied to a lot of people. A lot of that knowledge was prevented from being spread from one generation to the next. So anytime you can get your hands on the recipes and herbal traditions of your elders, by all means, try to get your hands on those. Any stories, anything they can share with you. Cultural genocide is the absolute biggest weapon of colonialism, because when you can colonize people in that way, when you can steal their history, when you can steal their stories, you steal who they are as a people. Some of the worst atrocities are cultural genocides. Sometimes you don't have to conquer just by the point of a sword. Sometimes you can conquer by preventing knowledge from being shared. Tudor says, my great-grandfather was a shepherd. He got really good at making delicious foods while he out on the pasture. And this thing that's horrible about all of these stories, like Schmliff just said, is they're not recorded or shared. Like, it's hard to do that. And, like, I'm gonna just be real. And, you know, slight trigger warning, I guess, or content warning for what I'm about to talk about. There was a lot of cases where, in the attempts to share history and knowledge, whether it be Indigenous Americans trying to share that knowledge down between the generations or within Latin America, where people's hands were cut off, where people's bodies were actively harmed to try to prevent them from sharing history and stories and knowledge from one generation to the next. This is not, like, something that just went away. And when you look at something like the way African slavery occurred, the chattel slavery system, you know, the denial of access to one's ancestors and culture and identity by having them just completely disconnected from their homeland. The amount of cultural genocide that makes up the Americas and the United States in general, is just this really frustrating thing. And there's so many better ways to put that than just frustrating. It's horrible. But sometimes it puts me at a loss for words to describe just how bad it is, and how frustrating it is, and how painful it is. And Duke, yes, exactly, it is ongoing. Because it's not like, you know, these cultures are gone. It's not like Indigenous people are a thing of the past. And I think a lot of people lose sight of that. They still exist. They're still vibrant communities. They're still living people. And they're still struggling with that history and narrative of having their stories taken. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. When you lose your stories, you become lost, your mirror is gone, and you are easier to control. When you can no longer see your identity and your history in the mirror, you lose something valuable. And those stories are sacred and important. Like you just pointed out, Em. And honestly, as someone who constantly seeks to commune with, I guess nature, for lack of a better word, on a daily basis, even though I can't, you know, given the COVID situation and everything else. It's so frustrating to know that so many of the usages of like plants and other aspects of life have been cast to the wayside, and that we've just kind of lost touch. And I know Jalix mentioned before about like plantain and dandelion being hard to harvest, but can you imagine if that was something taught to children across the board? Like, here's how you take the plantain roots that grow in your yard every day, instead of a lot of the lessons that we teach children today. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, the things that we teach children aren't important, But that respect and communing with nature is super important as well. Let me see. Duke says, this is part of why working class history is so important. Absolutely true. Reminds me of public school MLK, who taught us that racism is over. Well, they'll do that with any historical figure who properly opposed the system. They'll always try to whitewash it. They always try to whitewash history. Tudor makes a great point how quickly it is to lose this knowledge so quickly. It took centuries to accumulate these stories and wisdom, and 2 generations to lose them. Oof. I need a second after reading that one. That is absolutely true. I'm glad you highlighted that, because I missed that comment from Tudor. That stings, right? It stings how easy it is to lose all that effort and work of communal generations. And, you know, it just goes to further emphasize a lot of the stuff Kropotkin talks about in Conquest of Bread. And just the idea that we are a communal people and we have a history and a knowledge. And even something like a city is a communal story. We are always in the place where it is a communal narrative. And the inheritance of the place we live is always a complex mix of the good and the bad and everything in between, and the stories that have been shared. And it's much more than just, I own this piece of property, I own this other piece of property. You can try to divvy up the land, but at the end of the day, it is still a communal space. And I think the obsession with individualizing everything is kind of problematic. And it's something that was specifically used against indigenous peoples to destroy communities. Let me catch up on chat quick. Aaron says, Plátanos are a big part of my culture's history and have no idea how to harvest it. Now I want plátanos. Sorry. It has been a minute. It has been a minute. But I feel that, right? Like, not knowing how to harvest something that's so intrinsically tied to your people and your culture and your identity. And who do we have to rely on to buy that, right? Like, you're buying it from a company that stole that knowledge from your own people. It kind of seems... I don't even know what the word for it is. Like, they stole your knowledge of how to do something. They prevented you from sharing that knowledge over generations, and then they're selling it back to you. It just seems like the greatest insult, right? Like, to steal that particular component of your history and who you are. Schmliff says, I legit winced when I really thought about how much that sucks. That's true. Octopus cities are a thing now. What is an octopus city? One species of octopus have built 2 small cities around artifacts. At least one of them had multiple generations living in it. You mean like actual octopi underwater having cities, basically? If so, that's absolutely fascinating. I have to look that up, Mila. Thank you for sharing that. And there's been a discussion going through about teachers. The thing is, I just want to point this out. Most teachers are trying to operate within a system in which they don't have a lot of say at how things are run. A lot of it's run by administrations and boards, and they are dictated what they can and cannot teach. But in my experience, most teachers are trying on some level to, at the very least, teach critical thinking skills to try to advance knowledge. Yeah, exactly, and whenever tyrants want to control people, they attack school systems first. Educators are important, and I get the resistance to, like, a state-sponsored education plan. I get where that comes from. But at the same time, I don't think teachers are specifically the problem. Mila, if you do make the video about octopus cities, please keep me informed, because that is absolutely fascinating. Catalonian free schools still had mentor roles. The funny thing is a lot of the propaganda against the Catalonians basically tried to argue, oh, well, they're just going to throw theory at children and they're going to brainwash them. Actually, in most cases, they weren't, and they still were able to have perfectly functional education system where they taught children different aspects of education, and children just thrived with it because they didn't have the same expectations and standards. I think, honestly, if you remove a lot of that narrative of, the oppression, it changes it drastically. The octopi are evolving. Teachers are not able Lauren says, teachers are not able to teach well because they're so controlled by school rules, and also they have too many students, it's impossible. I absolutely agree with you, Lauren. Welcome, and I hope you are having a wonderful Sunday. How are you today? Aaron, my teachers tried to address the ugly of the country's history, but they couldn't overcome their biases. I had to learn about Puerto Rico's history on my own. Like, the US just stole my people. That is absolutely true on that regard. And the fact is, it's not talked about, especially within the US. Like, within the US mainland, I should say. Just how complicated that is. It is still happening. It is still happening across the board. And it's reached a point where I don't think Puerto Rico has an option outside of statehood. And that's one thing I haven't heard mentioned from the Dems since this political season started. And I know PR is an occupied territory, and I will accept that to the end of times, but I don't know what other solution there is. The first to have illegal medical experimentation. Preach, M. You are sharing some truth right there. And the eugenics projects that were done on Puerto Rico are actively what taught Hitler how to do what he did. The US used Puerto Rico as a tool, straight up, to teach the rest of the world how to do eugenics. And the stuff in Vieques is... oof. I'm with you, Aaron, on that. If Puerto Rico gets liberation, they gotta go socialist. Straight up. And if they don't do socialism, then the only solution is statehood. Because it's the only thing that's gonna protect people enough. Let me go talk to some people in town and take a small break from building this up. I think that's high enough on the extra floors of cloud. I kind of want to build a circular spiral of, like, cloud, the small clouds going around that. That'd be cool. Tutor says one of my teachers encouraged philosophical discussions in class, but in private he was a fundamental Christian who was a Bible study group with some of the parents. You know, it's not going to be every teacher, you know, tutor. And the fact that at the very least this teacher encouraged the philosophical discussion in class, what they do behind the scenes is not always going to be the same. It's not going to match one-to-one. Schmliff says people forget how much Nazi sympathy there was in America pre-World War II, and as M correctly asserts, during World War II, the US sold to both sides. You know, I was just having a conversation with my Discord recently, might have even been yesterday, about how in Nazi Germany, you know, Ford Motor Company had factories there. And that the US would essentially position itself to not bomb certain parts of the Nazi-occupied zones to protect factories. Like, they would legit give warnings to, like, Ford Motor Company and to Coca-Cola's subsidiary, Fanta, in Germany before they did bombing raids, so that people could abandon the factories and the facilities. That was even during the war. The US was not entirely opposed to what the Nazis stood for. They've positioned and, you know, essentially, you know, made themselves the heroes of that war and that conflict. But they really weren't. Not by any stretch. And again, when you write history, when you control stories, when you control the narratives, you can get away with a lot. The US was being an enlightened centrist. The US is always the enlightened centrist in the world. That's why all the focus is always on the US. It's always centered on US stuff. They're the middle person making money. Absolutely. And honestly, they never really hid that. Their position of not wanting to get involved in European wars historically has always been that. Even their position of, like, trying to protect certain other nations has literally been one of, this is ours, hands off. The Monroe Doctrine, in particular. The US controls Latin America, get your hands off if you're European. Stay out of our hemisphere. We control the hemisphere. Manifest destiny is ours. It's not some sort of, you know, benevolent policy. Did you learn about the failures of the denazification process and the Baader-Meinhof group? My teacher never went into that in high school. You're so nervous watching this, Lauren. So one thing I will tell you, Lauren, is even though we are high up, and I know that there's a lot of fear around heights, I just want to remind people that this game doesn't have fall damage, so even if I do fall off of this, nothing will happen and nothing bad will happen. You know? It'll be okay. Though I do understand the fear of heights. I just want to remind everyone that we are perfectly safe up here. And I do completely acknowledge that as a valid fear. For this tower, yeah, I kind of just want to make it go as high as possible. We can definitely take a break from this if it's bothering people. Let's go talk to some villagers. Work through the pain. We're not capitalists, Tutor. Lauren, I will very quickly do that for you. I will tell everybody who wants to when to look away. But this way we can eliminate some of the fear. Exposure therapy indeed. Very true. Okay, anyone who wants to look away, give yourself like 10 seconds to look away right now because I'm about to jump off the top. You have 3 seconds until I jump. 2, 1, going. No damage. You okay, Lauren? I am done. We are back on the ground and everything is okay. Let me go back and check very quickly and just see what I missed during that. Did you... So Tutor, when you asked about the denazification process, no, I did not learn about that in school. As a matter of fact, I find that information about the denazification process is actually kind of limited, unless you actively look for it. That was your adrenaline for the day? That actually looks so pretty. Wait, there are octopus evictions now? Are we serious? Octopus, do better. It's octogentrification. Octopus landlords suck. Indeed. That tower is getting so tall, and it's so pretty to me. Octatlantis. Also, I kind of want to see if I can find whatever the mayor was talking about in the woods. Yeah, but apparently there are octopus landlords, and that just makes me sad. This town is kind of cute. And the best part about this town is the police have been abolished. Also, I kind of want to fix certain parts of the town, like right here, because this is kind of... It'd just be kind of nice to have a proper sidewalk here. And then I can fill in that dirt. Must be why I'm just feeling calm and safe here. I'm glad you feel calm and safe. You know, I think the music also helps me personally. The music in this game is absolutely relaxed and very chill. And I'd like to think that it's a little bit of just the environment of the people here. I very much enjoy sharing this Sunday stream with you all. There we go. I have met the witch in the woods yet. Oh look, Rosemary, our new villager. Yeah, my inventory's full. Part of the issue I was having is I need to get my hands on chocolate to finish off the quest for the witch in the woods. Lauren says, well, welcome back, Google. You missed some very intense discussions. Good conversations. So if you ever feel inclined, definitely check back on that chat, because I think it was a lot of worthwhile stuff talked about. First thing you heard was you need to get get hands on chocolate. Yeah, some things don't change. Lauren says, I don't know why, but I've never played a video game other than Magic School Bus when you were 9 years old. Yeah, video games are, definitely something that can be used as, I guess, an escapism and a safety thing, as far as I'm concerned. You know, and I'm not out to judge, like, a person's history with gaming. You're like 90. It's overwhelming for you to figure out. Well, I'm sure there's some games that would probably be good starter games. Like M just recommended, Animal Crossing is really, really chill. Minecraft can be chill, especially if you're not on survivor mode. Stardew Valley does indeed have a gift economy. Stardew Valley is a brilliant game. And there's people who make stuff way cooler in games like this than me. The new games have too many buttons, and it feels like I need 20 fingers and 2 heads. Yeah, for some people I can see how that's, like, definitely a thing. And that's certainly not to discount that at all. But there are enough games out there that I think are on the simpler side that allow you to have like a chill experience. Adventure point and clicks are good too. You're talking about like the really like hidden object type games, because those can be great introductions for people in terms of gaming. I feel like if I game streamed, it would be me walking into trees for 20 minutes while saying 5,000 times. What would streaming people look like? Streaming people is what happens when you have like some extra dimensional being streaming our reality. It's like, do you see this person attempting to survive? It's The Sims. VR chat. That is adorable. I need to feed chickens. I probably need to feed all the animals. I should live stream that space game where everyone recreated capitalism. Which game is that? I think I should get more spots to feed the chickens, because I have acquired a number of chickens. Oh my goodness. I am being swarmed by chickens. That is a screenshot. Oh my goodness, they're all following me. I should let's play NR Cuties. What is that? Quality arcade game where you riot against the state and lots of cute animal characters. I would have to check that out, yeah. That sounds pretty awesome. Sometimes I do group games on, like, Saturdays for events. So that's definitely possible at some point. I've done Among Us a few times, which I know isn't for everybody, but it's definitely possible if we can come up with the right game. Oh, that's true. We did do Cards Against Humanities in the Discord. We've also done a movie night. So, I mean, there's plenty of events to do. Actually, yesterday we just watched the Marx Brothers movie Duck Soup. It's a really old movie that deals with fascism, actually. M says we would also like the new people to get involved, so please join and make suggestions. Yeah, I'm just going to highlight and point that out. Anybody who's watching who isn't part of the Discord, definitely feel free to join. Wonderful community there, and anyone who is on the Discord, definitely join in with the events. Aw, Rosemary likes cats. Rosemary wanted to say hello to Kitty. I've heard of places that have large numbers of stray cats. Wouldn't it be nice if it was like that around here? I feel more comfortable around cats, I think. So there are holes in my land, Mila, because of this jerk right here. This is Oscar. Oscar is the secret police. This house is Oscar's, and we had to build a wall around Oscar's house. Because when I dug under Oscar's house, we found a secret dungeon where Oscar, who was the former head of police of this town, was probably holding prisoners. So he is a fascist, and we were trying to capture him and keep him underground. So that is why there are holes in the ground, and I am now fixing that. As a matter of fact, he has given me a police hat because he wanted me to help him clean up the town. And I was extremely uncomfortable. So it was in an attempt to stop fascism. It was an Antifa action. I also agree with you, Google. Stray cats do often live very tragic lives. Yeah, this game is like so chill, and then all of a sudden it just dials up to 11. Like that comment from the mayor earlier who was just like, by the way, be afraid. There's evil things in the woods. It's like, what? Also, I want to buy more of those. So, in other news, did you all hear about what the Republican response to Biden's plan was, by any chance? Like his stimulus plan? Enjoy your video, Lauren. Good luck with it. Just inhuman screeching. Well, besides that, because that seems to be the response. But apparently they tried to counter-offer in a position of bipartisanship to offer a $600 billion package to try to counter Biden's $1.9 billion. Biden's stimulus plan is the $1,400 checks mixed with everything else, including proper PPE for certain organizations and certain state fundings and trying to get schools open, which honestly, without proper protection, should not be happening, even though schools do need to eventually open. But essentially, the Republicans, knowing the situation that's going on, basically responded and were like, you know, your plan is too much. We're going to lower it down to $600 billion from the $1.9 trillion package. We're going to cut all of it, and that'll make it bipartisan. And make it fair and equitable. They are so delusional about this perspective of bipartisanship. And as I've covered in a number of my videos already, I don't think the Democrats should listen to a single word the Republicans have to say on any of this. At all. The Democrats are already not doing enough. Their schedule says it's time to pivot to budget austerity now. True. The Democrat plan is already not doing enough. Just being real. And as Mila pointed out correctly, in Canada they got $2,000 a month every month for like 6 months. And the US can't afford to pay its citizens. And poor people have lost trillions of dollars in the past year to the wealthy. Tudor says I got screwed with regard to COVID aid because I was misclassified as an independent contractor and wasn't technically fired due to COVID. I was let go at the end of my contract. Oof. I am so sorry that happened. Yeah, that's actually a major issue that's happening because they want to funnel money into unemployment, but they don't recognize that independent contractors are not covered by unemployment. Okay, that just bothers me. Okay, there we go. Yeah, well, the US doesn't care about, the unemployment situation at all. And the thing is, any gig economy worker isn't getting access to things. Like, that's exactly what happens. What happened to Tudor is happening to a lot of people. Where if their job was frozen, where if they didn't have a job that basically was registered as an actual employment and they got removed, you don't get any sort of stimulus at all. It's a gross situation, honestly. Oh, I hear you, Tudor, that you weren't a gig worker, working in an office, proper office job for 8 years. But that's just the level that they'll go to. If you're registering as any sort of independent worker, independent contractor, that is generally how you're going to be treated in the US, and I guess in Canada also. The issues around employment are a big one. And the wealthy keep getting wealthier, and the poor keep getting poorer, and nobody's doing anything. How much you want to bet, though, the Republicans would fully support the hedge fund getting bailed out? Assuming the Democrats wouldn't support it also. Cut the hedge at the base? Absolutely. Google says I YOLO'd all my stonks on that bet. Duke says I'm impressed it hasn't already been bailed out. I am hopeful. I am hopeful the reason that it hasn't been bailed out yet is because they are quite aware that there might actually be people taking to the streets if this actually does go that way. Tudor says, didn't they get bailed out by a different hedge fund to the tune of $2.5 billion? Yes, but that's also different than the government interfering. That's the communism of the rich we always hear about. That's rich people supporting rich people in their endeavors. Remember, every time they criticize you for giving money to a, person who's in need, or supporting someone outside of a charity, or, even just giving a homeless person some food and you get chastised for it by the system, just remember that they will always, always support each other, and they will always give each other handouts. Oh, Mila, that's absolutely true. It is capitalism. But I think it's also worth noting the distinction of how they compete with... They tell individuals to compete with each other. they tell individuals that it's in their best interest to be in competition with one another, that we're supposed to constantly fight each other for scraps. But at the same time, they collude. They put their money in industries and invest not against each other. They don't fight each other. They practice a lot of the principles of communism within their own ranks and systems. I don't know why the idea hasn't caught on that the existence of a state is an indication of ongoing class warfare. Could you explain what you mean by that, Tutor? I think I want to raise this up. Tutor's been reading a lot of State and Revolution lately. I still have to read that. That's one of those that I am going to power through one day. For Lenin, the state was only necessary to resolve, or rather, suppress irreconcilable class conflict. I'm thinking about that. I think if it's irreconcilable, then eliminating the state which legitimizes class would be the only way to deal with the conflict. Which is kind of an anarchist perspective, weirdly enough. You anarchist? Never. Nobody here's an anarchist. What are you talking about? Anarchism is when chaos and destruction, right? You vote in the government party time. The ultimate goal is getting rid of the state, but if you don't also resolve class conflict, the state will come back in another form. Well, I think that's a lot of my issue with not just the class consciousness, but the racial issues that are going on in the US in particular, where there's this like push to try to like, you know, we should abolish all this stuff, and like people who are more accelerationists that want to, you know, enter into conflict, I don't think people realize just how bad that would end up turning out for you know, any marginalized group in the United States, especially people of color. As a trans person, you'd rather not have civil unrest? Absolutely. If the revolution is a unified class basically overtaking a bunch of factories and buildings, and that's the extent of the revolution, you know, that's one thing. But what we're talking about in this system and society of creating any sort of conflict is not just a simple overtaking of industry and overtaking of the means of production. It's a long, drawn-out conflict. That's what we're talking about. And that will always lead to leftist perspectives being compromised, to being pushed to the back burner, and to someone else rising to power and a demagogue rising in its place in the power vacuum. There's no other way that'll happen. And in the US, it's going to probably mean a white supremacist leadership. At the very, very best case, a return to status quo. Like, if there was true class consciousness and solidarity across the board, then maybe. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. And again, if you have a situation where Tudor says, the rich have so thoroughly convinced themselves that the working class are fundamentally inferior that they will react with extreme violence if workers peacefully occupy the means of production. See, and that's the revolution that I can get behind, Tudor. If we had that level of class solidarity where everyone was a leftist and we could unify in that particular struggle, that type of revolution is very different than the type of insurgency revolution that would have to happen as we are working right now, where you'd have the right-wing factions and the fascists all teaming up and allying in the name of white supremacy and attacking and destroying marginalized groups, fighting against the left perspectives, fighting against the status quo military and the type of operations they would require. That would not be a good look for anybody. And I'm sorry, that kind of disruption, as Mila pointed out, would not be beneficial to any marginalized group, and trans people would suffer. Like, you need to have a certain structure and system for trans people to get medications, if that's a part of their experience, for example. People of color are going to be overwhelmingly targeted by these groups. You know, there are aspects of the status quo that protect certain people's lives, and anytime you enter into that level of military conflict and insurgency status, you're going to compromise that. And we've seen that throughout Latin America, historically, where the more the US ended up interfering and creating resistance to revolutionary movements in Latin America, the more you saw women suffer almost exclusively, the more indigenous groups tended to suffer. And when they were able to secure their locations and protect themselves, things were great. But it funneled money and resources, and you saw an entire generation in certain countries shift from the very leftist ideologies into a very right-wing, almost reactionary perspective of defending the left-wing positions. And it's something that's not really talked about because you have to teach nuance and you have to teach understanding. Mila says, even though he's a bit of a tanky, I like Hakim's take on addressing material conditions instead of what some identifies as politically, while remaining anti-fascist. You mean our society's not mostly semi-sufficient peasants who can just rise up? The situation in Brazil and Bolivia really opened my eyes to the moral corruption of the rich. They're a more extreme version of the same phenomena in the US. And Google says that's why I think syndicalism to some degree and in some form is necessary, like organizing first. Reactionary practice is a natural behavior when people are backed into a corner. I'm not denying, like, the idea that we should rebel or anything like that. I'm just saying that without a system to feed people, without a system in place to control things, without some sort of consensus, revolution will fail. Revolution will power vacuum. And as M pointed out, the US destabilized countries and instigated illegal coup d'etats. You know, across the board, if you have a revolutionary movement of any sort, you need to have consensus amongst the people. Otherwise, it's just going to end up screwing up. Better to weaken the state than anger it. I think the combination of weakening the state mixed with creating a dual power system, mixed with trying to convert as many people to the movement as possible, getting them away from mindsets like white supremacy, bringing class consciousness into the fold, is important, drastically important if you're actually going to see any sort of movement happen. Exactly, Google. Without organization and preparation and unity, the state will have a pretty easy time disrupting any revolution. Tudor says, I've seen a milder, but still very disturbing version of rich people dehumanizing the working class when I went to oil industry corporate parties. Oof. Yeah. I can imagine. Do you want to share some of that story, Tudor? Because that sounds really eye-opening. Well, Duke, the idea of having a prefigurative solution, right? That's very Sun Tzu. That's very Art of War. You should already have the conflict won before you enter into it. Which is why we need to claim our stories. Without that, we can't reclaim our humanity. We forget. We can't organize. That's very true, Em. You know, and the story just cycles on itself, right? It goes right back to where we were talking about things before. Sun Tzu's Art of War is fantastic. Very, very, very good book. Fighting local fights is necessary to build class consciousness and organization. Absolutely true. I'm not saying don't fight at all, just we need to be smart about it. Tudor says, when the good old boys in the oil industry get drunk among their peers, they start being openly racist towards First Nations people. Well, in the US, you don't even need to get people drunk. You just need to have enough white people in a room without any people of color around, and they'll open up. Their true color certainly shows. And it doesn't even have to be rich people. It does not have to be rich people. When they're drunk, they start getting into genocide talk. Oof. Sometimes they just have to reach another white person on the other end of the phone when they call into a company to be racist. That's true. And that's the scary thing, is there's this really weird belief by a lot of the white supremacist types that their white supremacy is more important than class solidarity. And that is why you will consistently see people sell out class solidarity in favor of protecting racial identity. Like, it happens across the board. And I think that's why a lot of Republicans, especially, will always undermine their own interests. Because it's more important for them to get more than another group of people than it is for them to actually be part of a larger movement of people within their own interest. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Cejek, welcome to the chat. How are you today? At least the average Joes. And addressing what Duke said, like, if you are perceived as white and you get into a conversation, even if you just have light skin and you're not white, like, per se, or you're, ethnically, mixed or something like that, and you're perceived as white by a certain person, a lot of them will feel empowered to just talk to you in a certain way. And it's almost expected that you're going to respond in kind. Tudor says, my friend got into the oil industry and he was able to relate more easily to the higher-ups after going down the alt-right pipeline. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Because they thrive off of that. Mila, yes, we do have bees. The bees are grumpy, though. Isn't there a word for people like that, Toady? What is the word for that? I have yet to meet any executives from the oil industry who believes that climate change is a real problem and actually fights against it. They have no reason to. The amount of money they make kind of compromises that belief, right? Is the word toady? I am not familiar with that usage. I will believe you, though. It's obvious it's in their financial interest to exacerbate climate change, but they have to give lip service to the environmental concerns of the public. Oh, of course. Well, when you have a small group of people who have an interest in making profit, and they are given the, ability to completely control and police their own situation, and we somehow trust them with that, of course it's going to be compromised. Oh, I need my pickaxe to break that. Oopsie. I didn't realize there was still some stone under here. I did not mean to dig that out. The new CEO of your company was a woman who seemed to genuinely believe in making the workplace better for women and people of color, but she also worked for some of the worst right-wingers in the industry. Do you think that it's even possible to reform something like that from the inside? Tudor, and anyone else who wants to chime in. Like, because I feel like there's a lot of people who enter into situations like that where they actively want to make things better, but things never seem to actually change. Oh, Sujik, no problem. I'm happy to have you here. Did I pronounce your name correctly? If she even tried to make meaningful changes, she would be immediately fired and permanently blacklisted from the industry. You know, and that's the problem with reforming anything from the inside without, enough people there. It's why, as much as someone like, for example, AOC tries to do good, she's still limited by establishment Democrats. And I think a lot of people lose sight of that, about how little power she might have to change certain components and things. Like any member of the squad, whether it be her, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, they're all struggling on some level to work within the system. And as politicians, they still can do good for their communities, especially their local jurisdictions. But without more wide support of changing a lot of the political narratives within the country, all they can do is put out new ideas and information and get it into people's minds, which is important, but it's not going to actually fix the situation. And especially in a corporate environment where power is limited, like Tudor's describing, I think it is much more apparent that anybody can just be removed immediately. We're all negotiating our oppression in our own ways. The only power she had to make things better was limited to improvising the conditions of workers, which is something to be spoken for, you know. It's a small gain, but, you know, you're not going to be able to change the entire system in a private company like that where people own things. You would need democratic workers on the ground. You would need socialism to fix that. And of course, anytime I mention socialism in terms of fixing things, I know that I'm going to get strawmanned on the right by, you know, socialism is when blah, 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 blah. Socialism is oppression. Mila says, I just talk about democracy. Yeah, like, I am calling it democracy of the workplace. Direct democracy is definitely a way to address that. Socialism is oppression when you are an oppressor. True, anytime you have to give up power to an oppressed group, it is seen as the oppressed group stealing from you. That is actually a really important point, Duke. I think there was a study that was done in terms of how that applied to gender, in terms of situations like classrooms and stuff like that, where it was found that when 50% of women to men were talking in a classroom, it was overwhelmingly perceived by the populations that the women were talking way more than the men. And that's the kind of situation you get, even with people of color, with any oppressed group. When their voice is raised, it was done for classroom and business meetings. Okay, thank you, Em, for clarifying that. But basically, when you have an oppressed group raise their voice up and speak on the same level as the oppressor class, they're always seen as speaking more, as having more power because they're, quote unquote, stealing equality back. And the same thing applies no matter what group is talking. "30% of talking was the threshold where it started to feel like a lot of the time." Thank you for clarifying that, and for having that knowledge on hand. But yeah, basically when 30% of women talked in a classroom, according to what Em is saying, okay, the exact number might be off, but basically there's a certain threshold that is not 50% that ends up reaching a position where the oppressor or the, you know, in-group ends up feeling like the out-group is dominating the space. Mila says, whenever I act like I'm on the same level as cis people, and cis men especially, I consistently get called aggressive. It's wonderful. Oh yeah. And that happens all the time. And it's no matter what group that you're in, you will be pushed to the side. They will try to marginalize you. And I think it speaks to the importance of consistently talking about, you know, the positions of cissexism, of sexism, of racism, on how when we raise our voices, they are not heard. And to try to raise our voice is a revolutionary act in and of itself. Have I read Can the Subaltern Speak? It's an interesting exploration of that concept in the colonial imperial framework. I have not, and I will have to take a look at that. Could somebody please do me the favor who's on the Discord, just throw that title into content suggestions for me? I would greatly appreciate that. Because I'm realizing that, like, I get so many good recommendations from everyone, and I often don't even get the chance to, like, look back at it. So having it in the content suggestions would definitely go a long way to actually getting me to read stuff. Theory and Philosophy made a video about it if you want a summary. That might be helpful also. I'm also the kind of person that, you know, if I get a summary of something, it's going to make me want to read it more. Because I'm going to want to see what, you know, I can pull from it from my own experience. But it's good to know that summaries exist out there for stuff. Because I can't read everything, right? Like, there's limits. That looks awesome to me. I like the ground in there. Let's see. Clouds. Let's do this. I want to see if I can kind of spiral around this and create like a like a little pathway leading up from down here, and just have it spiral around with these little mini clouds. I think that would be really neat. But you know what? It's a new day. I should talk to villagers first. Try to see if we can get some quests, because we have failed in that thus far. Wait, time machine? Who told you about that? I'm sorry. We have time travel now? I have no such thing. What? I thought I was the only one tapping phones. What is this game? Leaf has been giving me strange looks recently. Did I do something to cause offense? If you want to know how the lights work, I can't help you. Countless research projects have proven fruitless. We disprove the existence of the luminiferous aether. There's no light-emitting photon energy source. And it is definitely not magic. I didn't tap her phone. I'm looking for some test subjects for a new experiment. Does that seem appealing to you, Anarchist Tara? I can't really pay you or anything, but it could help advance humankind to the next stage of evolution. Alternatively, you might turn into a bug. The odds are only slightly in favor of turning into a bug. Around 8 to 1, I'd say. Not bad, right? How do airships work, you ask? Well, then, that's a fascinating topic. You see, we build a hull from an ultralight supermaterial. The rotors... Wood. What? Where did you hear that? It just looks like wood. It's not really wood. There's no such thing as magic. I think we have a magic denier on our hands. No more questions about cryptids, please. Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else. He keeps asking me about them. I only deal with real science, though. What is a cryptid? Rosemary, what are you up to? I really have a craving for carrot cake right now. I wonder if I could get some somewhere, or perhaps a kind stranger might help out. I will attempt to make carrot cake happen. Forest monster is a cryptid? Uh-oh. We're learning about some serious lore here. I do not have recipe for carrot cake. Would anybody mind wikiing the recipe for carrot cake and Staxel? I think by definition I'll need a carrot. As curator, I admit a passing interest in monsters from the past. Those whales coming from the forest, however. I would rather not be the one confirming their source. We keep getting told about the forest and something going on there. I kind of want to check it out. Did anybody get a hold of that cake recipe? No. I can look it up, I guess. If nobody else is on it. Carrot cake recipe. Oh. Tutor's on it. Thank you. True, Lucid usually does do that, but Lucid hasn't been here today. Thank you, Tutor. Butter, egg, and flour. I can make that happen. And sugar. I am pretty sure I have everything there. Because I can make butter easy with this. Night, Jalix. Thank you for coming out. I have butter. I have egg. I have flour. I know I have flour. I just put it down recently. Butter, egg, and flour makes cake batter. Then you add chopped carrots and sugar. Okay. I should be able to get flour here. And are there sugar beets here? No. Okay. So I'm guessing I mix the butter the flour and the egg. Mix cake batter. And then I guess I combine that with the carrot, and I need sugar. Oh, chopped carrot though, you said. So cut the carrot down. And I can expedite some sugar. It's a shame you can't use honey as a replacement for sugar and products in this game. That would be a nice feature. Apparently I do not combine them. Do I mix them? That could also make sense. Okay. And then I'm assuming I bake the batter. And we should get a carrot cake to give to Rosemary. Thank you, Tutor. Very much appreciated. A Robin transformation potion? What? Okay. Oh, what's the equivalent to sir or ma'am for an NB? I do not know that. If there's any NB in chat that is, knows what that would be, then I would appreciate that knowledge too. Mix would be the equivalent of Mr. or Mrs. But not specifically sir or ma'am. So I've been thinking, you have a pet, right? Some of the other residents have in the past too. I've seen traveling merchants with pets too sometimes, so I was thinking, what if I opened a pet store? That sounds like a great idea. Do you think you'd be interested in helping? I'm not much of a builder. Of course. Oh, we got a quest. We need to build a pet store. You want to be able to say the equivalent of yes, sir to an NB? Yeah, I actually don't know what the equivalent of that would be. Sir or ma'am are not honorifics, so a substitute would be dependent on the situation. I also know there's situations for some people who prefer in the context of sir and ma'am, depending on how that is manifested in certain contexts, like especially in military officers, where some women prefer being called sir over ma'am. And I think that adds a complicated layer to that discussion as well. Because sir and ma'am are registered so differently in terms of power. Where should we put the pet store? In Star Trek The Next Generation, female or women officers are called sir. Yeah, Janeway had that issue in Voyager as well. It's the required way of addressing female officers in the forces as sir. Very true. It does suck that the masculine is the norm. That is true. What if we put the store here? Sir and ma'am aren't honorifics. Not as far as I'm aware. I'm sure M could elaborate more. Yeah, we could totally build that. Do I still have wood or no? Doesn't Sir come from sire? I don't know. My linguistic side is not up to par on all of this. Mr., Miss, and Mrs. are honorifics because you could put them before names US specific. So would Sir be a honorific in the usage like in the UK where if somebody has knighthood? In that context, I believe it would be. But not simply calling someone Sir. It's a Middle English shorthand for sire. Yeah, you learn something every day, right? Is the honorific for a woman who's gotten the equivalent of being knighted lady or ma'am? Dame? Okay. Lady or dame? It's dame? Okay. Well, I'm learning a lot today. Ladies instead of lord. Okay. There we go. Lady implies nobility, which isn't necessary for knights. You know, on some level, this is way too complicated. Can we just call everybody comrade and be cool with that? The only honorific I need. Well, that's why they don't get honorifics, Tutor. Is pal an honorific? This is what happens when you Americans stage a revolution and ban all nobility and titles. Capitalists get hey you. Yeah, they don't deserve honorifics. We should come up with a dishonorific for them. Like Cornell West's use of brothers and sisters. I mean, an honorific that is flat out an insult. Call them all basil. Pig was the go-to. Wink. This is too funny. Okay, boomer. Parasite. Ooh, I like that. Tutor, good one. Parasite Trump. I just had a complete blank out moment about what I was trying to do in this game. Right, I need wood. It's more insulting if you don't use their name. Ooh, true. Would Cornell West call an NB sibling? I hope so. I would certainly hope so. Just call them all Parasite. My dear Parasite. Not the NBs, just the rich. Yeah, no, NBs are not parasites. NBs are valid and deserve recognition. If a billionaire happens to be an NB. That's what we call intersectionality, Google. They are simultaneously a class oppressor and a parasite. What is hardwood used for in this game? I can't saw it down. And buy one of everything. You use the word I. Use the I word. You aren't real communist. What word did I use? Intersectionality? That one? Intersectionality is important. Just gonna quickly check what I can do with the hardwood in terms of making... It's not communist unless it's class protectionist. Let's see, crafting. If you all expand from Marx and read some Rosa Luxemburg and Emma Goldman, you wouldn't say that. Absolutely true. Crafting recipes. Complete list of blueprints. Fine hardwood lumber. So what do you use that for? I'm just trying to see what I can use. Lumber and glue makes that. Let's see. Looks like there's not much in the way of using the hardwood. For like materials. So I will have to just get my hands on more rollwood. I just saw bell hooks in the chat. Hold up. You need hardwood for the clothing wagon. Duke says, my issue with intersectionality is it's just common sense. And that there is an argument about it shows just how much some people want simple explanations and simple answers to something as big and complex as the entire world. True. Bell Hooks is a fantastic read. Highly recommend. There's always more to read. There will always be more to read. I am gonna have to venture out into the woods and try to get some wood. Because I need lumber. Because I want to build pet shop. Also, didn't I have another storefront or something, or house I had to make? I could have sworn that I had gotten another mailbox that somebody asked me to build. Did I make that up? Oh, that was Rosemary's. I got 2 of them. Always more to read. Shouldn't stop direct action, and direct action shouldn't stop shouldn't stop reading. Also, the Reddit's piracy subreddit is a great resource for finding all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I got you, Mila. I understood what you were trying to say. Does the cloud base in the thumbnail for the stream intentionally look like a toilet? No, it did not. But now I kind of want to... That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for that, Tutor. I'd say bell hooks is definitely one of the major sources of intersectional theory, for sure. I don't know if she would have been the originator of the concept, but I wouldn't surprise me if she was. Okay, that's good to know, Tutor. The Combahee River Collective also contributed a lot to the development of intersectional theory. From the angle, at the top, I'll try to get the angle again, Duke. From one specific angle, one could imagine that being the back of the toilet and everything of that sort. Oh, true. I think the thumbnail was perfect for that. That was not intentional, but now I'm kind of happy that it happened. The toilet angle. We here at Anarchist Terra, you know, give you quality content about toilets. Quality toilet gaming. Quality toilet gaming. Next time the portal's open, I'm definitely gonna have to grab some wood from them. Which will probably be next stream. You saw a video where someone remade, I'm assuming that's Minecraft in Unity with gravity physics and a gun. That sounds simultaneously funny and a little frightening. We've created a new lens for art criticism, whether or not it looks like a toilet. Well, that's how you determine whether or not it's shit. I don't apologize for that joke at all. Wait, there's a... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's portals that open up periodically in this game, Duke. It is, not like the wormhole in DS9 there. Also, DS9 is objectively the absolute best Star Trek show of all time. The officer. Just need to check my paw. DS9 is so good. Oh, morning, Lucid. Welcome. Yeah, DS9 is completely underrated. I watched it when it was on its first run-through, and I'd like to believe that a lot of my politics were informed by that show about the nuance of things like Kira's perspective on dealing with oppression and especially Kira. Oh, she is such a good character. Growing up, I was also big on Jadzia. Jadzia meant a lot to me as a kid. Aaron, DS9 is 100% worth the watch. 100% worth the watch. Even if you don't watch any other Star Trek, that series touches on issues of oppression, of colonialism, colonization, genocide. There is not much that show does not cover in terms of the political stuff, and it's intensely relevant. It deals with racism and classism in very unique ways, navigating the social sphere of being under an oppressor. And it's the only show with a black captain. Okay, Duke, I have to disagree with you there. The first season is some of the best content. Most people like it when it starts getting into the Dominion Wars, but I actually think the first season with dealing with the on-the-ground issues in Bajor, and it trying to, Oh, that frontier medicine line, is so important. So, just to put this in context, the Dominion Wars were really good. And I think it spoke to a lot of nuance with Cardassia being an oppressor and trying to hold on to their political power and folding under another power. But that comment that M brought up, specifically, about frontier medicine. Basically, Dr. Bashir from the Federation shows up in front of Kira, who's of the Bajoran people, the place they're trying to, bring into the Federation, and who has been under the Cardassian occupation for this whole time, and basically says, "Oh, I just love being here in the frontier. I decided to serve in the front lines and deal with frontier medicine." And Kira just slaps him in the face with the reality. By the way, your frontier is my home. Your frontier is where I'm from, and the oppression that I've had to live in and deal with my entire life. So get off your high horse. And it's just a complete slap in the face of, like, the whole idea of the nobility of the Federation. Kira is objectively one of the most nuanced and well-written characters in the entirety of that series. And I'd actually argue that outside of her, one of the other most nuanced the two other most nuanced characters are probably Gul Dukat and Garrick. Garrick is fascinating. Odo is very well written. And Odo gets away with a lot. But Odo is also in his own weird state of oppression. And trying to navigate all of that. Any love for Comrade Rom? Yes, Comrade Rom. And the entire movement within the Ferengi towards a more equal civilization. And gender equality. That is the one area, Duke, that DS9 failed in, and it suffers for it. They did not push the envelope with queerness as much as they should have. Garrick and Bashir should have been a thing. And Jadzia should have been more obviously, one, a representation of a trans character, and two, because that was kind of written into the Trill, and I love that aspect about her. But the second thing is, she was pansexual. Flat out. And they underwrote her in that way. They did her a disservice as a character. I would argue that it's probably up there as my favorite show of all time. Really enjoying the retro TV review and analysis here. Welcome, Toxico. How are you today? I know you've been having some issues on Reddit, so you haven't really been able to, What's your favorite episode and why is it Profit and Lace? It is not Profit and Lace. Actually, it is not. My favorite episodes, I struggle with titles on the show. But my favorite episodes would be the one with Benny Russell. And the one where they travel back in time to San Francisco for the Bell Riots. The titles are not coming to me, and I'm sure somebody will fill that in. Far Beyond the Stars, thank you. Oh, that one pulls at my heartstrings. There's actually, Cisco's Actor. Past Tense is the other one. Yes, love those episodes. Far Beyond the Stars, when Cisco's Actor does that, has that breakdown, apparently from a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff, when Benny Russell has his breakdown at the end where he's crying, Cisco's Actor got so into that role that he actually was weeping on the floor crying for an extended period of time, and everybody had to like just watch that because there was so much intrinsically tied to that call about racism in America and the history of racism in America. And to juxtapose the Cardassians and the police, so well done. It gives me chills because you had Gul Dukat's actor and Damar's actor as the two police officers who harass him. It gives me chills to think about it, and I kind of just want to rewatch that episode. As a matter of fact, at some point, I would absolutely love to watch that episode on the Discord. Oh, I agree with you, Toxico NM, completely. The other one that I love is, I think it's called Duet. The one where Kira has to deal with the person who who comes in and claims to be the leader of the concentration camp, but was actually, and that whole episode, that one gave me chills. I would legit I'm sorry, Aaron, did the show actually deals with concentration camps. I think it's called like Galatep or something. Like there were some serious mentions and callbacks. Yeah, there are literally concentration camps that are brought up. Like that's how deep the show goes into it. Bejor is an allegory for colonialism and for genocide. And there's references to the Holocaust, but it also deals with a much larger spectrum of colonial powers and how colonial powers want to maintain their control on civilizations. They deal with issues about orphans. They deal with issues about war, like so many details of occupation in that show. And apartheid and so many other things. Like, I cannot emphasize that enough, and I would legit love to watch that entire series on the Discord. I know it's long, but I would get so much joy out of watching that whole series on the Discord with people, even if it took forever to get through. I have rewatched that show more times than any other show. And some of the episodes just give me absolute chills. Which night will be DS9 night? Maybe we'll have to figure something out in the Discord because I would totally be down for that. I have the entire series, so it wouldn't even be impossible to, like, do it. I would just have to figure out, like, times for myself that would work. Call it Deep Space Nights. Ooh, I love that, Mila. Let me put that down. And glue. I need lots of glue. And we tile, glue, and lumber. And we get blanks. The pun queen in your community? Nice. I think we all love a good pun. The best puns are the ones that make you want to rip your own face after hearing them. Dad jokes and puns make the worlds go round. True. Very true. I forget the name of the episode, but there's one that always hits me really hard and always puts me into emotional conflict, and I forget the name of it, but it's the one where Kira has to go to the moon of Bajor, and she ends up having to talk to this old man who lives on the moon and try to convince him to leave the home that he set up during the occupation. And I think it's either in like the first season or this. I think it's in the first season still. And that episode tears my heart out every time I watch it. Oh, and we haven't even discussed the fact that you literally have the Maquis, who are representatives of the Native Americans in all of this. Like you literally have the Native American populations as the Maquis, fighting and struggling. Like, there's so much that goes into that. And that's the area where I end up disagreeing with Cisco a lot, actually. Also, I swear to you, the Federation negotiates, somehow manages to negotiate worse than the friggin' Democrats. So the name comes from the French Resistance, but within the framework of the show, the majority of the people who are the Maquis are actually indigenous people that left Earth and or were forced off of Earth to go colonize other planets to try to keep their culture and identity. And they end up settling on a number of different planets, and those planets end up being in the border zone between the Cardassians and the Federation. So the Federation ends up selling those planets to the Cardassians in exchange for certain territories that the Federation needs for resources. So the Maquis end up under Cardassian leadership, and the Cardassians are brutal and statist and just are absolutely terrible to the populations. So they end up rebelling and trying to say that they are supposed to be Federation citizens and they should not have been sold out. And there's a whole conflict around that. Emma, welcome to the chat. I hope you are having a wonderful Sunday. How are you doing? What do I think about sci-fi dealing with real-world issues or people like that through allegory? I think some people have issues with that, although I'm not super clear on it. I believe that using science fiction as a tool to represent real-world issues is super important because it allows somebody outside of to look at an example of something outside of the real-world politics. You know, if you have a situation where an oppressor group in the real world is harming people, and you're able to, through a sci-fi allegory or a fictional allegory, depict the type of oppression that's present, I think it gives people who are in the oppressed group a tool to speak to the oppressor and say, what you see in this fiction, this is what you're doing. And it gives a tangible reality. You know, it allows us to make an imagined space so that it's not taken as personally. And sometimes it shoves it right in our face. And I think that's worth talking about. I think it's a tool, if nothing else, personally. And I'm sure there's probably perspectives that disagree with that, but I generally think it's very useful. I think fiction is a way to represent our struggles and to create alternative realities that can highlight a lot of the issues in a society. Most issues come from choosing an inappropriate allegory. True. It helps us privileged folks have the, oh wait, are we the baddies? True. It really does. And I think that's very valid and important. And it can be done wrong, like Tudor said. But I think for the most part, it provides a tool and resource. Oh, absolutely, Emma. I do agree that sometimes you do lose the nuance. But to start the conversation, I think fiction is a great tool. And also, I think sometimes it's a nice tool in terms of getting, like, lost, right? Like, sometimes you get so lost in the real world situation that it's hard to start describing the oppression. And sometimes I think it can also be a relief for people who've experienced oppression to be able to write about the world in which they see their lens. You know, sometimes there's so much gaslighting that goes into being in an oppressed group where you're constantly told, no, what you're describing isn't real, what you're describing isn't real, that you can create a fiction that is that reality that you experience. You know, it can be a very powerful tool against oppression. And there's always ways where it can be misused and mismanaged, like any other tool. But I think it's worth, you know, counting the fact that when you can imagine it and you can create that space, it doesn't feel as unrealistic. It can give you grounds to write about your story. And to not have it constantly called into question because it's your story, it's your narrative, right? My character is totally gonna pass out if I don't get to the bed. Yep. Like, removing yourself a layer from the issue can sometimes make the elements that make it up clearer, I guess. Yeah, and I think that can... Passing out mid-sprint would be very painful. That is true. And I think that can go in both directions for the oppressor and for the oppressed. imagining your world, imagining the thing that you want to see manifest, can be very powerful. And honestly, I'm just gonna say it. If white supremacists can make their little fictional worlds, I don't see why we can't describe our pains and oppressions in quite the same way. In fact, even more of a reason to do so. It provides a medium that caused a lot of people to listen when they ordinarily wouldn't. I'm inclined to agree with that, yeah. Sometimes it removes that layer of personalness. I don't know how else to explain that, but just like sometimes people take it so personally when they're called out for stuff, which, you know, I think it's what I was addressing before with the populations of people. Yeah, like people have to confront their own stuff, and I think it can soften the blow. I definitely think it can soften that blow and possibly reach through some of the barriers that comes from that. Usually stories that convey the voices and experiences of the oppressed impact people more. I find that generally true. And you know what my evidence for that actually is? The impact that Charles Dickens' writing had on capitalism. Karl Marx flat out said that Dickens' writing was more influential than any of Marx's writing. And the reason for that is because he was able to humanize the poor in the way that he did. If you look at A Christmas Carol, if you look at A Tale of Two Cities, any of Dickens' writings, everything there is purely in favor of the poor. And it changed a lot of capitalist perspectives. To such an extent that, you know, a lot of people really did think that England at that time could have had a revolution without violence. And obviously it didn't pan out that way because of reasons, but the fact that that was even considered speaks volumes. And it's hard to ignore Charles Dickens' influence on that. And it's gonna get dark in this place so quick. Also, I shouldn't be using these to cover the roof. I should be using the floor tiles because they make a ceiling. I need to go get floor tiles anyway. Duke, it was a pleasure having you out here. Please enjoy your nap and rest well. As usual, thank you for being here. Do I have any floor tiles? I must have something. I have 3 wooden floor planks. I could just buy more. I just need to say this. Y'all are like the friendliest chat ever. You all say hi to each other. You all wish each other good night. You all, like, are just genuinely so, like, caring towards each other. And I really want to just take a moment to appreciate that. Like, that's absolutely wholesome, and I very much appreciate that about you all. Toxico says, if this was the norm, I'd be way more inclined to watch other streams, but sadly it's not. Well, I mean, this to me is a perfect embodiment of the stream. You know, we're all conversing with each other. We're all sharing stories, we're learning from each other, we're growing, we're asking questions. Well, Google, I am glad that within your drama that you're able to you know, have a bit of calmness from it. In other streams, the chat doesn't matter outside of how the streamer uses it for content. Yeah, I don't understand that, you know? Like, I'm not trying to use you all. I'm just glad to be in a conversation with you and learning from you and sharing the knowledge I have with you. And yeah, that's the downside, right? Like, if you get big enough on a channel, you know, the stream starts moving so fast and everybody wants the attention and everything, and it becomes very difficult. So I can't even say, like, with larger streams that it's people's fault or anything. But if you've got a small stream, and unless you're giving, like, a specific, like, lecture or something, I feel like you should engage your audience. You know? And I'm just happy that you all, like, look out after each other in even just the small ways of, hey, how are you doing? I think it speaks to a level of camaraderie that I very much am happy to see within this space. You kind of prefer having a small base of subscribers, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I get that perspective. Oh, completely. Getting too big would freak you out. I mean, there's that dual side of it, you know, where, you know, getting big gets the message out to more people, but then you lose certain components of it. And it's this one thing that I do like to emphasize on this channel, I don't think this is about me. Like, I don't think this is about one person. I think it's about a community. It's about developing ideas. It's about growing and trying to, like, formulate a conversation. Because otherwise, like, what are we really doing here? Yeah, like, this channel's nothing without y'all. Like, if you really want to be real about the way we read theory and the way we talk about things, it's the same idea. Like, a streamer is nothing without the community that makes up the channel. And, like, I really learn a lot from you all. Like, you all bring something to the table every week. Somebody had said something about racist. Toxico, you said it. It's so nice to have the absence of racism in an online stream. I wish people realized how unwelcome racist jokes make some of us feel. Yeah, between the racism and just some of the edginess of certain streamers, I don't think people realize how alienating some of that can be to certain people. And the word we tend to use on the Discord is wholesome. And I'm glad to be part of such a wholesome group. I really am. In a weird way, experiencing the discomfort of racist jokes makes me realize how uncomfortable women feel about sexist jokes. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. And the truth of it is, you know, I think that's something we can use to learn from each other, right? Like, if you're able to... Yeah, like Em just said, thank you for so brilliantly pointing that out. Like, if you are in a place where you can understand a form of oppression in yourself, you can empathize with what a lot of other people go through. You know, in my experience, being a woman, sometimes you get talked over. Like, really badly. Like, really badly. And I think that is underrepresented. All of a sudden, your perspective's not considered valid. And, you know, if you're empathetic also, sometimes it can lead to you getting ignored because you're not being realistic about things. And it's like, no, like, we need to be a movement of empathy. We need to be a movement of these things, and ignoring that perspective is missing the entire point. Like, what's the point of anarchy and a society if we're not gonna focus on some level of looking after each other? Like, what are we doing at that point? If you're just in it for the edginess, realistic equals patriarchal, which equals individualistic. Very true. And despite a lot of perspectives, the patriarchy is still very much a real thing. Patriarchy is one of the biggest hierarchies, one of the original hierarchies. And if you look at a lot of what's wrong with society, you can analyze it through a patriarchal lens. The amount and extent that men went to, in particular, to preserve their patrilineal lines. How it created entire institutions in order to create roles around gender and sexuality to protect their own preservation and the idea of who's legitimately their own blood. Created so many of the ideas, including inheritance, that broke away from communalism and favored individualism. I would certainly argue that there's a case to be made that patriarchy is the oldest still existing hierarchy. If someone could come up with one that's earlier than that, like, I wouldn't fight you on that, but it's certainly the earliest one I can think of. Did you know the iconic witch's hat was a brewmaster's cap? Yes. And the other thing is that within the scope of speciesism, potentially speciesism. I'd also argue that what would be defined as early speciesism didn't necessarily translate quite. Yeah, I think animal husbandry did come after sedentary life. And the thing is, I think speciesism is complicated because you can still technically have a relationship with animals where you have animals working in conjunction with your community that are not hierarchical. You can treat plants and animals as, even if you hunt them, even if you domesticate them, in ways that honor them. And we've seen that from many societies and cultures, so I couldn't speak specifically to whether or not the original peoples who domesticated animals. Yes, exactly, Aaron, like the natives. I couldn't necessarily determine whether or not the people who first domesticated animals treated them in a hierarchical fashion or not. But I can guarantee you that out of the patriarchy, that occurred. So I would accept the argument that speciesism might have been the original hierarchy, but I don't have evidence for that specifically. But again, I wouldn't fight you on that. Yeah, most humans have to exist in ecosystems. They have to survive. At the end of the day, we have to eat, right? What? Hierarchy with husbandry might exist based on their value in a market. Cows are worth more than chickens equals higher priority. I mean, that also depends on when markets formed. I might argue that the patriarchy formed before the full extent of markets. Because despite what capitalists like to talk about, a lot of early agrarian societies probably functioned on some level of, I'm just going to do for you and then you do for me. I think Graeber covered a lot of that in his writings. I don't know. Again, I would accept, Ooh, and that's a really good point. Oh, that is on point. The understanding that sometimes a cow or a sheep was equal to a wife that you could trade for marriage. Yeah, that's definitely part of the patriarchy there. Toxico, I see how you misread that. But yeah, no, M has a really good point there, because there was trading done between the idea of I will trade you a cow or a sheep in exchange for a woman to become my wife. Like, there was that mentality there within certain cultures. And so animals and women were equated in terms of an economic value. There's a large history of that. And I think that when you look at the way women were seen as commodities, I still argue that in some cases they are seen as commodities. And dowries today most assuredly still include animals. And I think there's a large case for the fact that the patriarchy forms a lot of the individualistic institutions. If you look at the extent that, say, a monarch had to defend women as their property, you went to the point of creating a level of toxic masculinity that you literally had eunuchs. Like, if you wanted a man to be around your spouse or whatever, they had to become eunuchs to preserve the idea that they wouldn't, sleep with your property. Like, there's absurdity around some of the perspectives. And there's such a control that's there. And it really does create that idea of individualism, of ownership, of property, of prioritizing your own over other people's. The whole idea of personal inheritance as opposed to communal inheritance is born out of patriarchal understandings. And to me, you wouldn't have capitalism without a patriarchy. And Tudor, absolutely, a husband had to compensate his in-laws for taking away the domestic labor of their daughter. I think the first oppression is a simple act of othering. Not necessarily, Mila. And I would argue that if you had two different hunter-gatherer groups that were in conflict with each other over resources, and they othered each other, that there were probably cases where if they went into conflict with each other, that one could theoretically absorb the group into the other group after a certain point in the conflict, or the two groups could merge and actually learn from the conflict with one another. And I think there's reason to believe that that did happen historically. Yes, I can. Could I explain the lineage of patriarchy to capitalism? So this is just going to be a very brief overview because, like, this is a long, long, long literature. But basically, the idea in a matriarchal society would be that without a perspective of the man having to have control of a personal family, that generally speaking, men and women working alongside each other, and again, I'm going into binary here, but I also acknowledge that multiple genders existed in a lot of these societies, but I don't know the histories of those because those are so suppressed. So if I'm talking in the binary right now, that's the reason for it. So you have men and women working together in this understanding that when you commune, that the children are everybody's children, that the community, the culture, the society are working together on this social level. So in order to imagine the type of capitalism that we are dealing with, one cannot really truly functionally believe in that if you don't already have the family unit broken off into patriarchal systems, where the dominance of your children is your lineage, where inheritance goes through a family line. So you have to create the oppression of women as property and controlling them in such a way as to design the family around the man. That says, these are my children. I get to choose who gets to continue my bloodline, who gets to live, who gets to die, who gets to exist. And I will continue to carry on that line. And that leads to a form of individualism. My property, my space, my dominance. And through that lens, you can see how, over time, that could lead to an expansion of that selfishness, that mindness, into including things like other human beings as slaves, including perspectives of personal property that expand into capitalism. You don't serve the community, you serve your family as the primary function. You serve your unit. And it distinguishes from the culture and society. I think there's a reason that a lot of indigenous cultures are matrilineal. Because without that understanding that, of possessiveness of the woman and the possessiveness of the children, and who gets to be the carriers of the next generation and inheritance of wealth, I think you lose an aspect of the control of the patriarchy. And without that, I have difficulty, at least, imagining how capitalism and the individualism that it spawns would be born. And again, that's an oversimplification of everything, because, I'm not going over the complex history of Europe and societies and everything that formed. But I hope that speaks to that particular perspective and the nuance behind it. And if I'm wrong, by all means call me out on it. But, or if I'm missing something or I'm missing a detail, by all means call me out on it. But I have difficulty personally imagining a capitalist society without that form of family individualism that is strictly tied to the paternal sphere. You said you don't know if that belief is that old, though, because modern research shows that hunter-gatherers societies had equal representation of all sexes in all fields of work. That's probably true. Yeah, the patriarchy being the first oppression. Aaron, so I don't know if that answered your question sufficiently. But the extent that which the patriarchy and men went to historically, capitalism isn't that old. The extent that men have gone to preserve their lines, to say this is my line, this is my descendants, to naming their children, to identifying that line so specifically and having it be so important that blood comes before the community is very bizarre. And I can't imagine that happening without capitalism. Without patriarchy. And again, I think that leads to capitalism over time. I think gender-based differentiation doesn't necessarily mean hierarchy either. Google and Mila. I think you can have differentiation of gender roles and sex roles without having oppression. I don't know, I just keep imagining the fact that kings, specifically, and nobility literally went to such extents to preserve and police women's sexuality and police who women were in the same room with to such an extent that they were so worried about, their lineage and controlling that, and to concentrate wealth in a very specific set of hands, and to talk about legitimate children versus illegitimate children and who deserved to have inheritance and who didn't. And feudalism was proto-capitalism. Oh, Mila, you just said that. There you go. And we have also so many variations on gender that have been lost to history because of, the patriarchal perspectives. And hierarchies breed hierarchies. One system of oppression is going to make another. I need roofing. That's what I was trying to get. When Rome fell, the feudal states emerged from the culture that had become accustomed to the Roman coin. True. And Roman imperialism and empire was very, very problematic. I have argued that capitalism, as we know it today, is an extension of the Roman Empire. There's something to be said for capitalist business structures imitating monarchical structures. That's a very good point. And agreed, Mila. Female bodies were defined by Aristotle and other Greek philosophers as less than male bodies. There is a rich history of that oppression. You know what? Why not? That's a cool color. Inventory full. Neo-feudalism is the future of post-capitalism if we don't build an alternative system. I mean, honestly, I have made the argument before, and I know ANCAPs would completely disagree with me, but honestly, anarcho-capitalism, to me, just sounds like feudalism reborn. There was one of them, though, I forget if it was Plato or Socrates or someone who was like, all these guys are really crazy and have probably never really tried to talk to a woman. People are people. I think it was actually Socrates who... Wasn't there one of the philosophers, and it might have been Socrates, who had a woman who taught him? And that was, like, mentioned? Like, I feel like Socrates was weirdly based in certain ways. I vaguely remember reading about that. ANCAPs co-opted leftist ideologies and aesthetics without understanding the underlying principles. Well, you know, what ANCAPs did is they basically looked at the idea of what Enlightenment thinking brought about in terms of liberty, equality, and all of that. Like, the three tenets of, you know, the Enlightenment movement are supposed to be freedom, equality, and liberty. Liberty, of course, being not being free, but the ability to purchase property. That's the idea of liberalism that we generally look at. And the problem is the liberty contradicts the freedom and equality. And that is the issue in capitalism. Liberty, equality, and forced feminization. The new tenets of the Enlightenment. The Neo-Enlightenment. But basically, liberty in that that concept of property contradicts the other perspectives. And ANCAPs don't really recognize that, and it kind of feels like a glaring omission. Liberty is hierarchical, and yet it's counter to the notion of freedom and equality. And there were people in the day that talked about that difference and that issue. Actually, a huge proponent of a different system was probably Thomas Paine. Put in a staircase to the roof and make it a deck space. If it was my space, I totally would do that, but it's supposed to be a pet store. But that's actually a really good idea that I should keep in mind, because that would actually be really cool. Like to have a on-roof deck in a house. Maybe I'll do that with one of the villagers' houses for like next time. I keep falling off. I saw part of it. I didn't get a chance to finish it because I had to stream. Honestly. Thomas Paine was absolutely amazing. I've read enough of his writings over the years. People talk about how Thomas Jefferson was, you know, this great writer and all that stuff. Oh, Thomas Paine is just so much better in every way. The guy literally asked for like a UBI in the 1700s. He basically said that those who own land and property and business interest basically owe the rest of the community for their opportunity. And so everybody should get a share of the fact that companies can make money. Like, this was an argument being put out in the 1780s. And there are moments when he appeals to, like, the elitism. There's moments where he has, like, where he appeals to God or to religion or to other aspects. But more than likely that was him trying to speak the language of people in his day, and probably did not come from his own viewpoints. You do get that a few times because at the end of the day he was a propagandist. He was trying to sell a message. He wasn't interested in necessarily being pure in his politics. He was trying to get his points across. And he was quite effective at it. There's an argument to be made that the revolution might not have happened if not for pain. I think I'm gonna finish up this day and then wrap up the stream though, because it is now 8 o'clock Eastern time. Really? A few more? Okay. Let's go grab another bunch. You mean Thomas Paine's social life? Yeah. Oh, he's the one that everybody was ready to throw under the bus for everything that happened in the revolution. I need to stop falling off that roof. There we go. Pet store. Needs countertop, stool, playpen, cash register, and 3 pet store shelves. I know I got a crafting thing for a playpen. A beach bowl, a food bowl, 3 fine lumber, and 3 rope. That's weird. Why does every Minecraft-inspired game have cooler stuff? I don't know. Probably because Minecraft was the original and people can build on it from there, I'd imagine. Beach ball, food bowl, 3 fine lumber, and 3 rope. I can make that easy. How's my inventory though? Very full. I don't need that. I don't need that. And don't need that. I can sell those. I think part of Minecraft's charm is it is simplistic. You could join the Discord in the description down below. Right now it's the piratical commune of Anarchist Terra. Mostly because I've been on like a pirate kick. But if you enjoy the stream, and you enjoy the, back and forth that we have here, the Discord's kind of more the same. Have I seen the pirates trend on TikTok? I do not have TikTok at all. What is that? Like, I know what TikTok is, just the pirates trend. I know sea shanties have become popular again, which, I mean, those were not popular for however long, and it's kind of good to see them back. It's a bunch of bi people dressing up as pirates to do sea shanties. That's amazing. I approve. And a food bowl. Three rope and fine lumber. I can get fine lumber easily enough. And I'm assembling this. Yep. Okay. Beach ball, 3 rope. And 3 fine lumber. We have a playpen. For the animals. I'm going to need lighting in there. Two countertops, 1 stool. Let me just order those. That'll be easiest. And then I can finish that up first thing on the next day. A tutor, take care. We're probably wrapping up anyway in a couple of minutes. Enjoy your walk. So a stool. And counter. Two shop counters. What else did I need for that? A cash register and 3 pet store shelves. So, cash register. Pet. Row. What is a pet store shelf? Is that a thing I need to make? Pet store shelf. 2 fine metal, 2 fine lumber, sheet metal, and nails. Okay, that's easy enough. And I need 3 of them, so 3 sheet metal and 3 nails. 1, 2, 3. Sheet metal, 1, 2, 3. Nails. Sheet metals. Thank you, Mila. Very much appreciated. Pet store shelf, 1, 2, 3. And I think I have some lamps and stuff in the house I can quickly grab. Also, I want to drop off some of these petals. Just picking up stars. True. Put those there. Welcome to the Discord, Aaron. Good to have you. Okay, that should be enough to at least get done what I want to get done. Lamps. There's torches, ceiling lamps, and wall lamps. That works. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. What if I... one there, and instead of there. Okay, that's not too bad. And then pet shelves. And tomorrow the counters and everything will arrive. I should have left it a dark, gloomy dungeon. But it's a pet store. I don't want to be mean to the poor animals. Spooky pet shop. Okay, that's fair. So supposedly there's a quest that you can get that takes you to some special island from what I was reading about in this game. And I really want to unlock that at some point. And I don't know how to get it. I think I need a different villager for that. And then who I have in my town, and I need to befriend them. And supposedly you can get a pirate hat. So that is definitely on my radar over the next few weeks. To see if I can unlock. But I think... I agree, Toxico. I also have to keep finishing Base Cat's tower to the sky, or else Base Cat is going to be very angry. Thank you for the subscription, Don Hunter. That was a cute, adorable thing. Thank you for the subscription, Emma Trenakista. This is a good place to end. So, everyone, I want to thank you all for coming out for a wonderful stream as usual. It's always wonderful to have you here, and we have a great conversation. I hope you all have a great evening or great, whatever time zone you're in. If you're new and you haven't been here before, make sure you subscribe, to the channel. Definitely... Oh, Aaron's just noticing the, ears. Yeah, I wear it for the, stream, since I play as an elf in the game. So it's just a little bit of fun roleplay with it. Definitely check out the Twitter, my Twitter. You can follow me there in the description down below. I have the Discord listed there. It's a wholesome community, as I've talked about all stream. And if you were in a place where you feel that you are financially secure enough, consider donating to the channel. I have a Patreon and a single donation link. You can follow me on either if you feel so inclined. Thank you again for coming out, everyone. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have, again, a great evening. My name is Anarchist Tara, and I hope you enjoyed watching.